Okay, welcome. Welcome to the Friday stream. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to drum and bass today. So, if you was a little bit, if you were a little bit let down by last week's non drum and bass stream, then I guess we're gonna go back to drum and bass today. So, I just want to do some sound design today and see where we end up. Do some cool stuff. So, just gonna switch to this view for now. And let's open something up. Instead of just picking a random skill, I'm just gonna play some stuff with a patch and see what skill we end up with. Because I normally just pick a skill at random and I just say like, let's do D sharp minor or something like that. Oh, they added a little update, by the way, to millimeters. They added an update, you can now collapse this thing so it doesn't pop up all the time, which is kind of neat. Let me reposition that one so that we can actually access it. And you can just do that so that it doesn't pop up all the time. That's really cool. Let's just grab, I don't know, some kind of a guitar or something. And let me also do this real quick because I always forget this, but this is actually pretty good for the people watching to have this. So you can actually see what I'm playing. Let me a little bigger as well. So you can basically see what I'm playing. Okay, so I'm playing F. I think F would be a good thing to start with. Now, it's really easy to just think F minor. Could work. Let's think about another bass note. Yeah, that A sharp's really cool. So, what's that? So now I've introduced an F sharp, which is obviously gonna sound really cool. It's always good to have that one semitone interval. So now we have those three, which kind of all sound cool. So that's not F minor, because then we don't have an F sharp. So it is kind of F sharp or F Phrygian. Which I think leads us back to that A sharp, because that is a mode of, I think, if I'm correct, A sharp minor. Damn, I like that. Then we can even, because we're in A sharp minor, we can also do the harmonic A sharp minor, which introduces that A, which on F creates a major chord. let's try A sharp minor. That's a weird one, but that's actually going to be really good for bass, because then we get F and F sharp as the, what is that, the 5th and the 6th of the scale. Interesting. Okay, let's do that scale. That's a really odd one. I would have never picked A sharp minor as a scale if I would say like, oh, let's make drum and bass. But it sounds really good. Like, it's a really nice sounding. You get that change there from the F sharp major to the F major instead of F minor, because otherwise you would get that, which sounds a lot less interesting. How would you tune your drums to that? Well, I guess just whatever sounds good. So, yeah, whatever works. Like, usually when I do drums, I usually end up with like either the root note of the track or the perfect fifth. It's like those two usually end up sounding good. But in the end, whatever works, works, right? So it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, well, whatever. Let's just stick with our A sharp minor. That could be interesting. And then we can just think about being in the key of F, but using the notes of the A sharp minor. And then we are technically in F Phrygian. And if we would use the harmonic minor of A sharp, then we would technically be in the F major Phrygian. So, and we can move back and forth between the two as well. See, so we can play that F Phrygian kind of classic F Phrygian kind of thing, which is those three notes. And you can play that over both of those notes perfectly fine. And then which was the other one that I had? I think an F sharp, which it should work on perfectly fine too. And I guess it works on D sharp as well. See, so we have a bunch of different bass notes that we can use underneath, for instance, this classic thing, which, yeah, you could see this in two ways. You could see it if we are in A sharp minor or in F Phrygian, it doesn't matter. But it's an interesting scale, so... And then depending on if we use the A on top of the F or the G sharp, it's going to be either the major or minor Phrygian. And personally, I like the major Phrygian a lot more. It just sounds a lot more interesting. I mean, that sounds cool too. It depends on how you use it, but... Now, something I don't really use a lot, but what are we gonna... Well, first of all, what are we gonna use to get started? I know one library for Contact that I don't really use a lot, but that's pretty good for coming up with something. It's this one, Playbox by Native Instruments. I don't really use a lot, but I've played around with it a couple of times, and there's some really good stuff in it, so let's try it. So if you're not familiar with this one, Happy Day After Thanksgiving. Well, that literally doesn't... Well, thanks, first of all, but that literally means nothing to me because I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving isn't really a thing over here. So you could literally say anything about Thanksgiving. I wouldn't really know if it's true or not. But thanks anyway. So, if you don't really know what this thing does, it's basically just a way to come up with something quick that's kind of random in a way. Doesn't have to be random. There's a lot of presets that are pretty good. But it's basically made up in a way where you've got these notes right here, these red ones. What is that? And anything outside of that range doesn't do anything. Those 10 notes, is that 10 notes? I'm not entirely sure. It's 8. Yeah, it's 8. Those 8 notes all have a chord set to it. So when you press just one note, you actually get a chord. And you can kind of just layer samples on every one note, I think. You basically just have like, yeah, kind of like this. So these are all different individual samples that are layered on this first note, which corresponds to that key. So when you play that key, it plays all these samples. So I guess you hear them like that. So it plays those samples. And you can randomize literally everywhere in this thing, which is really cool. Because I love plugins that actually give you like randomizers, because it's always pretty nice to just click random a couple of times until you find something that makes you go, huh, that's interesting. Because that's usually how you get to like pretty cool stuff, right? How it's what kind of forces you to I guess go out of your comfort zone a little bit, or just I guess just it'll lead to things that you probably wouldn't have come up with otherwise. Which is always a nice thing. So I know that there's one preset that I quite like. Where is it? It's probably in that category. I find these bottom two categories are pretty cool. I think it was that one. So like something like that. That's already pretty a lot more like cinematic in a way. So you say already you can maybe go like, ah, that's pretty cool. We could maybe work with that. Let's just go back out of that. And you have all these different options here for the scale and shit, so we can lock that to whatever we were using. And now it should play it in the scale that we are using. And we can see the chords as well, because if we go in here, Wait, that's the chord selection. Where is the... Oh, there. So if you click on the chords tab itself, it'll bring up these ones right here, so you can see the actual chords. And we can even, for instance, say I just want to randomize the chords. So we can click this one right here. It's just going to pick a random set of chords. Within the scale that we've selected, of course, because we've locked that with this little thing here. So now... we get different chords. And a lot of it is actually coming from the effects. The effects panel is pretty big. Got all these different effects right here. And if I turn these effects off, you can actually hear what the chords and those samples by itself sound like. So you can hear how much that is actually doing, the effects. And there's a bunch of really interesting effects that actually change how it's played as well. And that can really give you some inspiration pretty quickly. Like, you can randomize until you find something that you like, but I really advise people to actually, I guess learn this thing. I haven't really used this on stream, but I definitely use it a little bit off stream every now and then. And every time when I actually dive in here and learn stuff and how actually try and set up a patch myself, I just realize how powerful it is. So you've got this grain thing, for instance. If we turn it on, now it's basically sustained sound because it starts granulizing it. Now it might not really work for this particular sample. Let's turn the other ones off so that we just get what we had before. Can we turn this one off as well? Yeah, we can. Nice. See, so that already works a lot better. Now every one of those is basically running through a granular engine. Ooh. That's a pretty cool tone. That's really dope as well. Ooh, that's also nice. And all of those things can then be accessed here as well. So let's say that one. Let's say I don't like that crunchy noise on top. I mean, I kind of like it, but let's say I don't. You can just get it out of there. It's these two. So I can literally just say, go in here and just pick something else. Go in here and pick something else here. I don't know. Sure. See, so you can still access all of that as well. And it has a lot of samples. You can drag your own samples in as well. You can drag your own chords in, I believe. You can drag the chords out of it, which is also quite helpful because all of those chord options that it comes with, there's some pretty interesting chords in it. And you can just drag them out. So if you find something that you like by randomizing and you're like, cool, now I have something that I like, but how the fuck am I going to use it in a track? You can just drag the chords out and you can just see whatever chords it is that you're actually playing, which is pretty damn nice. Dun, 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 dun. Hey dude, have you ever done a tutorial on how to make minimal DnB snares? Well, I've did a tutorial pretty recently about making snares. And honestly, that tutorial, and there's one on my Patreon right now, which is even deeper than the one that goes even more in depth than the one that I did already, which is the last video on my channel at the moment. But the one that is even more in depth is on Patreon. And that same process applies to pretty much any drum and bass snare. It's literally just tweaking the layers and using different sounds for the layers, but the whole idea of it is exactly the same as basically any of those snares that I show in those two videos. So if you want to learn that, I guess you just need to go and watch those videos. So yeah, this thing is pretty nice. And then there's this other one as well. So you've got like a couple of different options. You got like an ARP, which will, well, it says what it does. See, so it's just arpeggiating the samples on that layer, on that node. And then the other one is strum, which just plays them once. And especially in combination with all the other effects, that starts to do some really interesting things. So, for instance, let's just go back to that one again, just to start off with. So let's say we have this one. And you're like, okay, cool, but I don't like the effects. Cool, we can randomize just that. Immediately we have something completely different. I mean, that starts to sound pretty cool. I think it's a bit weird with that thin sound, so let's just randomize the effects again. And the beautiful thing is you're basically just getting random stuff that is not in here necessarily as a preset. Like, we've started with this preset, but we've now randomized a bunch of things, and we've ended up with something completely different. The only thing at this moment that's still the same is the samples that were part of the preset. But other than that, the other two parts I've randomized at this point, so we've gone completely away from the preset itself. And then we also, of course, still have that thing where we can say like, oh, I don't like that one sample on that key that I'm playing, and we can just swap it out for something else. But like I said, I wish there was like an easier way to set up a preset from complete scratch. That's the one thing I wish there was. So like, I don't know, maybe have like one where all of these are empty and you can just literally say like, I want to have one here and one here. Because sometimes I feel like the best patches are created when you have like, let's say just one element, for instance the bass layer, that just stays the same, that plays the same sample or the same sound, but in just different keys, according to whatever chords you select here. So, I mean, a lot of the presets are also made like that, where just like, I guess just one of these layers is just always a very similar sound, and then the other ones are creating like the additional sort of like texture on top, which is how you get some pretty cool stuff. And I think here, see, these are all pretty similar. There's definitely some different ones here. But having one where it would be like, because right now, let's say I want to add an additional sample here on top. I cannot really do that quickly. Right here. Like, there's no way to do it. There's this thing when you right click, but that also just opens the quick view window here at the bottom. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with that grid, because it still doesn't allow me to add anything. The only way to add something would be to go in here and to basically add another node to this chord. But that, again, is not that easy to do, because we cannot just randomize this one chord, I think. We can only randomize the entire chord set, but we cannot, at least unless I'm missing something, but I don't think there's a way to just randomize this chord we can play a new one in. So you can say, for instance, like, okay, it plays these notes, memorize those, play a new one, play those 4 notes, and then play an extra note on top. And then you've got another slot open for a sample to be dropped in. So it's a little bit, it's doable, but it would be easier if there was a really easy way from just like an init preset that's completely blank to basically just put sounds in there. So let's say you hover over a blank one and it just opens up a browse icon where you can just open the browser up and open up a sound. Like for instance, if we're here, you've got the browser already here. See? And then you go into the browser, so you can just open it up. It would be really cool if that would also be on a blank slot, so that you could just click there on the browse button and it would automatically as well add a new note. That would be so good. But I don't think that's in here. I've checked, but I couldn't find it. But other than that, it's really powerful. So like those 4 work really well. I'm looking at the chords though, so I was thinking about using that F to F sharp. We have an F one here. Let's see what that one sounds like. That is. And the beauty is we can still change any of these. So let's say, I think if we addition, or if we do this, yeah, then we can play a chord. Just play a chord in. But even if like those other ones, like we can just play those first 4. So what? I'm totally off. Doesn't matter. Because I'm just gonna adjust it. I should have turned the metronome on. Let's do another set of effects. Let's see what we get. So these effects really make a huge difference. Like this is where most of the interesting stuff comes from, in my opinion, in this library. Like the samples are great, but the effects just make them sound more cohesive. And because there's so many options for those as well. So yeah, you get really interesting things really quickly. And you can really easily then just, you know, just take the stuff out of here that you like. And like I said before, let's say you like those chords, just do that, and you get the chords. So you can just see, like, I was playing the first 4 here, so it would be like, ah, that's just these 4. Right? So you get those chords as well, which is quite nice. And I think you can do the same thing as well, so like the other way around, you can just drag MIDI into here, and it will just basically work in some way, I think. Yeah, so you can drop it on something here, and then it will, I guess, just use the MIDI or something. Ableton is the best, mate. No, just use whatever you like. That's what you should do. What works for you. I like the samples that it has, so let's see. Weird stereo stuff happening, but... Now, I do want to potentially change out the chords. To see if we can get something that has a nice sort of like F to A sharp chord in it. Because this one sounds cool, but it doesn't have that thing that I was initially thinking of that is really gonna allow us to do that A sharp minor thing. But let's see if we can at least come up with a good set of effects. We can always dive in there, but I want to see if randomizing gives us a good one first. So you can hear how some of those effects could even work like to create melodies. Like those strum ones and the arpeggiator ones could work really well to come up with melody ideas as well. The granulizer ones are just great for more atmospheric stuff. I have played around a little bit with the stems for the Soro remix, but I can't say that I've come up with something yet, so no promises. I'm not sure why our skill is gone. Probably because we messed with this, but we're gonna mess with it again, so that's fine. See, immediately it sounds different, because we're now using different chords. And it's also completely changed the skill, so let's turn it back to B flat minor and lock that, then randomize our chords. I'm just gonna randomize a couple of times and keep a look at this one. So I guess that one is the one that is F. So let's go in here. And let me also open this one up. I'll just drop it on my second screen so I can still see it. So that's F. It says A, but that's actually corresponding to F in the plugin. This chord set, of course, because I think the chord set might change as well. Fuck it. I have a better idea. We're just gonna do that. We're just gonna hear all the chords. I mean, honestly, these sound pretty good. Now we have ones with more samples here as well. It's kind of cool. Yeah, see, so now the F is here, so it doesn't really matter what I was trying to do earlier. Wouldn't have worked anyway. So for instance, like right here, this is the... It's using a G sharp, so that would be well, that would fit the regular A sharp minor. But if I'm using A sharp harmonic minor, then I would want this one to be an A. But we can change that, see? So we can... Now that fourth one should be playing the harmonic minor. And I can say, for instance, here, that one I want to have A as well. So it's quite interesting, actually. Oh, now it has changed. That's weird. Why didn't it just lock that? Like I said it should. I'm working on doing one-on-one lessons again, so I guess you can contact me on Discord. That'll probably be the easiest. Just picked a weird one here as well, because it's picked E, which I'm not sure why it would pick E. Maybe that's from the melodic minor, that could also be the case. Yeah, just contact me on Discord and we'll discuss everything there. I'm still in the midst of setting it up anyway, so I need like at least probably one person to do a little test first. Which is obviously not, you won't have to pay for, but I need to set everything back up, if you get what I mean. I do speak Dutch, yes. But lessons would still be easier in English. Because when I speak Dutch and I do audio stuff, I'm constantly just looking for the right word. It's like, How do I say this in Dutch? I know how to say it in English, but how the hell do I say it in Dutch? It's so interesting. I even have it sometimes in normal conversations these days where I would be just talking to somebody, to like another Dutch person, and I'll just be like having a conversation, and suddenly I'll be like, okay, I want to say something, but I don't know how to say it in Dutch because I forgot how to say that word. But this is the word in English. And they'll be like, ah, okay, yeah. I know what you mean. Or they just don't know it. That's also a possibility. So this is harmonic minor, actually. It has picked a chord set of harmonic minor. Ooh! Oh shit! Yes! Woo! Woo! Uh... Just so we keep that. Ooh, that first one is so fucking nasty. That part at the end, that part that comes up is so good. Any recommendations for plugins while it's Black Friday? Not really. I guess if you don't have this one, I guess you could pick this one up. But no, I haven't really been into the Black Friday stuff this year. I had a bunch of bills to pay, so not really much Black Friday stuff for me this year. So yeah, didn't really look at anything, to be quite honest. I did pick up one free reverb earlier. I forgot the name. Forgot the company, but where is it? What was the name of the company again? Don't think I had any other plugins by it, so... Oh yeah. Audio Modern X Reverb, which is quite weird. It's free, so you should, I guess, just grab this one. It's a weird reverb. I guess we should maybe put the reverb off here. See what happens. This thing is weird. It's not like a regular reverb in a way. Not sure why it's not. Yo. Well, that starts good. Yo. Why you not doing anything? Hold, left click, and move up and down. Sure. You're not doing shit. Well, that's a good plugin demo. Do I have a... Maybe the VST2 works better. Ah, the VST2 works. Okay, well, that's weird. Audio Modern, if you're watching. Might want to check that. So if we're gonna go full wet, it's a really odd sounding reverb. I guess the name kind of says that as well. Shape, hold left click and move. What? They've made a typo in their own plugin. Because I'm pretty sure shape is right click. Yeah. Yo, Audio Modern. Why does the interface say left click if it's right click? Left click is depth, like you say here. Okay, that's really funny. But it's a quite interesting sounding reverb, so it has these really odd shapes. The depth is kind of like the length of the reverb, so if we put this up to 100, maybe it was made for Mac. Yes, but those still have. I guess it's like one button, but it still works. Trigger. It still can do both left and right. I think so. The volume of the DAW is quiet. Could be a bit louder now. Yes, it is louder now. It's just quiet because we're having a reverb on. That's it. I just literally bumped it up with 3 decibels, so either... It's definitely louder. Oh, it's not. I can literally see that it's louder on my meters, so... And obviously it's quieter when we bring the reverb amount up. Yeah, this is a free reverb, so... When I have like some weird reverb, then grab this one while you're at it. It's a pretty nice one for like sound design and stuff. If you want to do some like interesting spaces and stuff and not really use like I guess a convolution one or something. Or just like an algorithmic reverb. I guess that one is maybe algorithmic too, but it's just a weird algorithms, so that's always fun. Okay. I was gonna say I wanted to swap that one out because it sounded like shit on its own, but if you listen to it with all the other ones, because it's so heavily distorted, it kind of starts sounding cool. Because it adds that high layer. But we can really easily just say like, let's try that flute. See what we get. See, so you get a different kind of thing. That one sounds pretty cool though. Yeah, this thing is really good for like finding like interesting starts to a tune. Just coming up with interesting things quickly. So that last one is a bit weird. There's a lot of good sounds as well. Really heavily distorted, of course, because it's running through all those effects. But if we play this one by itself, see, we now have a different layer on top. And let's say I want to change that one. Sure. See, so we've now changed that one into something completely different. So even if we don't like one of them, it's really easy to, I guess, mess with it. Okay, so let's just get started and see where it leads us. So let's open up. Let's see, so can I play it? Let's see if I can play it. Okay, I'm not sure if ending on F is gonna be good, because that's kind of like the, I guess the starting note of this progression, but it could still work. It resolves fine. That one actually works really interestingly over F as well. See, that's because it's the first one, so let's see. Let's see, put it on C, sure. Yeah, I feel like those bass notes are gonna work. Now let's see if we... so we have this thing. Let's see what we're gonna use from this. I mean, I saved this one anyway, so I can always go back. Just in case, let's do another one, because I think I did change some stuff. Let's go in here. First one works really well, so I'm just gonna sample some stuff. Let's grab this one. Let's make that one a little bit longer, so that I can... because I hear some good stuff in this patch and some other stuff that I don't like. So this one is actually based on the key of F, so that one would work really well underneath this bass note. And so, like, because I'm not necessarily interested in using this sound right here. I'm just sort of like playing around and seeing like what keys can work and what scale would be nice. And this one is based around an F chord in a way. I'm just getting this one on G sharp, so I might put that on A. And the same thing with that one, but it's not too important because it's noise, so... but we're getting something that is basically in the key of F now, so can also say maybe put that on F. It's quite nice. So let's just record that one. I'm just gonna record a bunch of sounds that we can use. Let's do that, and let me turn the counting off. Because that's a pretty nice sound. Let's move that to the side, and let's see if we can find something good on that A sharp, because we have this one here, which is the second note. Is alright, but I think we can do better. I am going to record it though, just in case. But I think we can do better. So if we just randomize the chords again, get something completely different. It has for some reason also switched the scales again when I did that, so let's switch that back. And now the first one is an A sharp 1. How different does that sound from this one? See, it's completely different. So now we have an A sharp 1 from that first patch, which we already had before. So let's say I like that one. Just record it for the time being. But I want to have one for the other ones. Oh, hey, we got another one right away. Sounds basically almost identical. Okay, let's try the second one. Can we lock? Oh yeah, we can lock these chords as well. Ah, nice. In that case, that one is pretty good. Don't really like that one, so go in here. They're completely different ones. Now if I... Has it also changed? No, it hasn't changed this one, so... A sharp, F, that's fine. C sharp, that's the minor. Third, that's fine. Let's change that top one, or that one. Change that into something else, because that one is a bit annoying. Okay, I like that. Can we copy one of these? That would be sick. I don't think we can. Just copy one and move it over to one of the other ones. That would be really helpful as well. Now I would like to see if we can add another one on top of this one. So it's A sharp, C sharp, add another note on top. A sharp, F, C sharp, A sharp, A sharp. The A sharp on top. So now we have another slot there. So if we go in here, we can put something in here. So let's say another voice. Let's find something weird. It's maybe a bit longer as well. Even just clicking some ones every now and then is really cool. Like that, for instance. Oh, that one. You could record that as well. You could just record the audio if you like that. Let's go back in here. See what else we have. We have instruments, synths. Just not sure why my scroll wheel won't work in here. That's a bit annoying. Oh, did I change the wrong one? Doesn't matter. Oh no, I changed the right one. Oh, what? Oh. That corresponds to this one. Yeah, that's the same one. Yeah, that's nice. So that one on C sharp is really good on that one because it creates the minor third. And if we just now start looking through here, we should get some pretty interesting stuff. Let's lock this one as well because that's a pretty nice chord now. Can we... Yeah, let's find something higher. That's pretty big. Yeah, those work really well, and those two should work pretty well with this chord, these bass notes underneath it. Like, it already has bass, of course, but see, it's in the right chords now, so we can literally just build something in Playbox that fits the chords that or the bass notes that we came up with. Just by looking at those chords in here. It's a little bit more work, but you can just do the randomization first, like what I said earlier, right? You just randomize a bunch of times until you get something that makes you go, ah, that's interesting. And then you dive in and you start messing with the individual things here and just start basically building what you exactly need, but with the random thing that you got, that you were given by the plugin. And you can hear, like, that way you can come up with something so good. Like, those work, even though there's already bass in it, still lays just fine. Now, I was using another chord here as well, or another bass note, which is D sharp. So, let's make one on D sharp as well. I'm gonna do that right there, so let's just loop this section. And let's see, we want to have a D sharp thing on the third one, so D sharp, top note would be, the fifth would be A sharp. Feels really better for this sound, because it's mostly noise. Maybe even leave it at D sharp. A sharp. And then the minor third of that would be F sharp. Now this set of sounds doesn't really have much of a tonal thing, other than that bottom one. So let's see. Let me just play it in its entirety. I'll just add that last one there for now. What was that last one? C, I think? Yeah, C. Which could be C minor, but there's no G. C... guess G sharp. We could use that, temporarily go to the regular minor, and use G sharp in the bass note. And then we could do C and D sharp as the two top notes, creating a G sharp major chord. So let's see, D sharp, and then let's try G sharp. Now those aren't the right chords yet, so let's go in here. Let's see, D sharp, and then this one, G sharp. Let's try it out. So that works. Now let's go in here. Let's see this one. Let's see if we change this top one to one of the synths or one of the voices. Let's try a synth, or maybe an instrument. That could also be cool. We can just loop that one. Wasn't that one also in the first one? No, it's not. But it sounds cool. So just add some more tonal stuff to that D sharp one. That one, I want to have a different one though. G sharp. Let's try F sharp. Which brings us back to that Phrygian kind of deal that I was talking about earlier. So let's go into here. Let's go F sharp, C sharp, and let's try... Like that one is really atonal, so really is not gonna matter much. Absolutely massive. So yeah, I can already hear how this is gonna work pretty well. We can lock these two as well now because we have basically 4 set of chords. It's called Playbox by Native Instruments. I never really used this on stream. I've had this for like a couple of months maybe, but I haven't really used it on stream yet. So today we're kind of exploring it for now. But it's pretty damn sick, yeah. And you got like that effects panel is just the biggest part of it in my opinion. So let's just say this effects chain works pretty well. So let me save that so that I know, or that I can find it back. But let me just randomize the effects just to demonstrate. And we got a completely different thing, but with the same sounds and the same chords. So it makes it so interesting. The last one is still a bit... I want to work on that last one. But you can hear how just by changing the effects around, and there's a lot of them, because there's a ton of effects, and it's actually really powerful. Like, the beautiful thing about this library is, that's the one thing with contact libraries sometimes, is that you cannot really change a lot of things. Like, you can... Sometimes there's a ton of contact libraries out there that have, like, these randomizer options, but then there's not much control over it. This one gives you a lot of randomization options, but then when you've randomized and found something that you like, there's still a ton of more control under the hood that you can change. And you can actually go in and actually access all of the things that make up that effects preset, which is so nice. Because you can still say like, you know, I like it, but it's a bit too wet. Well, you can change the reverb. Or I like it, but I don't like the delay. Just turn the delay off, right? It's like... And then in the delay, of course, you've got all the settings as well. That's what, in my opinion, makes this one so powerful. Same set of sounds, but now it suddenly sounds more like an intro. There's also some speech in it I can hear, which in this mode I actually like it a lot. So let's stay in this mode for the effects. Let's stay with this preset. Let me also do that because that one is pretty cool. I can hear a couple of things. So in the third one, there's a... that one. Let's change that one. So, where's those speech ones? Because I think we can do something better with that. So, they should be in here, and then somewhere here we should be able to find some... Not sure which one it is. Maybe it's not in here, maybe it's in the effects. Because there's also some lo-fi stuff and some noise, which I believe is included in this one. It's probably this. Yeah. See, so it's coming from that ambience layer. So if I don't like that speech in the background, turn the ambience off. Okay, so let's go back, and I'm gonna extend this chord, that fourth one. F sharp, C sharp, another C sharp, and another C sharp. Let's do something better there. Let's do 5 notes, or maybe even 6. I think 5 will be good. So, click record on this one. Oh, we need to unlock it, I guess. Sharp. Sharp. C sharp. C. A? Ah, I should have done A sharp. Okay. Let's do that. Oh no, we don't have to do that again. I can just change that for A sharp. So now we've created an F sharp major chord for the last one there with an extra note. So we can also add another sample. That one. Let's just see what we get. So there's another one in there that I don't like. The top one. Let's go to synths. think the last one is we're gonna change, but this could be a start. So if we just bring this up here, like I've resampled these, but honestly, we don't really need to resample it anymore at this point. But these could be handy for like the intro maybe or something. Like I'm mostly just hearing these first two. And then here I kind of like to have another thing right after at the end there. So it would, could we? Yeah, see, that's when it would come in really handy if we could just copy one of these and just copy it to another one. So we could make like a fourth one that is a variation on one of these by just swapping out one of the notes or swapping out something else. I don't think there is an easy way to do that. It's that. Or I don't think there is a way to do it at all. Let's just say that. I know there's shuffle mode, so you can shuffle the order of the chords, but there's not, I think, an easy way. Well, oh yeah, there is an easy way. Obviously, there is an easy way. If we do this, and then I can say, if I do, let's add a piano to it real quick. Now we're gonna get really, just do piano. And let me just that so they're a little bit longer. Let's decrease the level a bit because they're gonna be really loud otherwise. Okay. Like the first one, that one is good too. That one I want to change, so... So I want to have an F in it for sure. So we got... Then... It's kind of nice. So if I now take this one and drop it back into here, is that gonna work? Hope it will. I hope it doesn't fuck it up. Let me, just to be sure, let me save it another time. And then I drop this in here. Has it changed it? Not sure if it has. I think something is stuck here. The drop thing is stuck. Sharp? No, it hasn't. Can we chuck you on here? Oh, for some reason it's not doing it. Weird. I thought maybe because it's locked. Maybe we need to unlock all of this. Because I know you can drop it in here. Some kind of a way, but It's not really doing that. It's fine though. We can change it in here. We have the notes here, so it's A sharp, F, C, and F. So did I just make another? Yeah, I guess I just made another another A sharp one. Let's try that out. See what we get. Then I guess we can change the last one here. So the last one should change, the last two. See, the last one is not right, so this one is cool. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. That is F sharp to F is what I'm looking for in that last chord. So you can also import your own samples, yeah. Should we do? Let's see what happens if we do that. So if we go to A on the last one, that's really low, but we might pick something different for that bass note. A, F is fine. C. I want to have a C in there. So this could maybe work. These. What? Okay. One click on the effects knob and we got something completely different. Sounds sick. Yeah, it sounds alright, but I think we can do better. See if we can. Can we lock this one? I don't think so. That would be handy as well. So that last one is still a bit weird. What's gonna lead good into F? I guess D sharp would lead good into F. F sharp would work as well. A sharp would work well. C could work. Oh, I forgot I still had those. Oh yeah, that works well. Definitely better. That chord going to F sharp. So many cool stuff that you can get out of this. Yeah, the only annoying thing is that this ambience turns back on when you do that. Okay, we found the good chords, we have good samples. Let's now actually find something that we can get used to get started with the intro. The The arps are a little bit much, but something like that maybe. Something like that could work. The arps work well if you have sort of like on the same on the different keys, if you use a lot of the same samples, but then so that when you go to one of those different chord keys, it'll actually play the same sample but in different keys. That's how those work a lot better. And if we could open up some of the other patches later, some of the instrument patches, because those are pretty good for like adding layers, and those are basically doing what I just said, where they will have the same sample used for all the different keys, but then depending on which chord you trigger, it'll play a different pitch of that same sample. And then you get some pretty more, well, a lot more cohesive stuff that works really well with that arpeggiate effect. This one I feel works better if we use the strum. See, that just works better. Oh, did you hear that last part here? That was really cool. So you can really easily come up with stuff like that. Let's go another time, see what we get. Want something smaller for the first part. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. So let's see if we can get started with that. Just mute all of those. Let's get rid of you. And I'm gonna go in here and let's see what of these effects are actually contributing to everything. So let's just mute them all for now. Okay, let's turn this one on. So that's adding a lot of distortion. That's where I hear that movement coming from. So it's controlled by this one, I think. Yeah. Don't really like this one, to be honest, so let's just... Seems very subtle, that. Oh no, there it is. Yeah. It's also pitched way down. Can add some texture, but honestly, we don't really need it. Okay, I like that. Let's see if we can make this one a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna add another reverb to it. Let's just do another Valhalla reverb, and let's group that. Before I do that, let me just grab one of my racks. Mix rack. Yeah, I did it right. little tip. We can do this, so we can just basically quickly listen to it in mono. And we can find something that sounds cool in mono. And then switch back to stereo. Instead of finding something in stereo and then later finding out that when you sum it to mono it sounds really weird, because it's doing some weird phase cancelling. It's better to just do that in mono and just look for a good position for the phases inside of Serum by doing this, so phase all the way up and then random all the way up as well. And that way, every time a note hits, it's exactly the same. Whereas if we bring that down, it will start randomizing it again. And still pretty wide, obviously, but that's where a bit of my mid-side EQ will come in handy. Let's see. Artifact sounds awesome. I have a question. Do you have any ideas how to fill the low mids? I have a drum and bass track with a strong res bass, but the background feels kind of empty. Yeah, white noise low mids is not really gonna work well because it's just gonna be really muddy. I would usually, it really depends. It really depends on the track, but I would usually try layering some kind of an additional synth on top of the res that basically just fills up whatever area in the frequency spectrum it's lacking. So look at your res bass with a frequency analyzer, and just see where there is space. So see where there is a dip in frequencies, for instance, most likely in the mids somewhere, like you said, and then just make a patch. Make a patch with a synth that fills up that range. And that means you don't have to add sub to that patch. Like, just literally just find out, okay, what octave is it missing, and just add that to it. Sometimes literally just a sine wave in the range that you need can work, and then running that with the res through some processing like distortion, and it sometimes just fills the entire thing up. Sometimes you need a little bit more than a sine wave, and you just, need to do something else. A filtered saw wave or something else, but something that fills up that range, right? And get creative with the patch, Sometimes even just going in and taking like a couple of sine waves, like using additive synthesis just to add like a couple of sine waves to make up a new waveform. Just play around with that until you find a bunch that work well and that fill up that gap nicely. That's all you need, basically. I'm listening to see if that would actually work, having F underneath it. And I guess it would. Like, we can even just say, if we don't like the bass from this one and we want to use our own bass, just give this a cheeky little high pass. We can hear that that still works. Yeah, okay. We need to just get started with an intro, so, and some drums. Let me bring some drums in as well. I'll just take a bunch of loops first. Something to get us started. Something we can chop up, you know. I love the shuffle in that break. Such a good shuffle. I already used it in a different tune, but... that one is very similar. I think I want to have a more like a regular drum and bass pattern, so these have been used so much though, but I would literally only use it for like some shuffle and chop it up. Oh, you even have the shuffle separate, so you know what? Where is it? Let's just use that one for now. That's the classic drum bass pattern. Yeah, it would be so handy if we could just copy one of those things inside of here to another note. Is there really no way? Let me check real quick. Playbox. Copy. The manual. Can we search in the manual? We can. To copy and paste a sample from one cube to another, click a cube to select it and press Shift plus click on another cube. Oh, really? So I can go in here and I can click, Shift, click. Ah, nice. Click, Shift, click. Click, Shift, click. Click, Shift. That doesn't work, of course, because there's no extra note there. Let's go in here. Let's quickly create ourselves another bunch of notes. Oh, we need to make sure this is selected. F sharp, A sharp, C sharp, F sharp, and F. Like the different ones than the one here, but now we have at least another one that's the same sort of like notes as this one. I guess we can just set it to the same one for now. Oh, we can't, huh? Okay. There we go. Now it has the exact same ones as what I had here. And then we can do this. Click, Shift, drop there. Now we have the exact same one in the fifth one. So we can lock that one for now. Then we can, for instance, at the end, we can do a little that. And we can change that last one so we get another chord that leads back into this one. Because this last one didn't really lead perfectly into that one. So now we need to change that one. So see, that works. little bit much here, this one. So now what if we copy that one to here? I think. Wait. So that leads back into that one, right? So that we have a similarity between that first one and the last one. Let's see if that works. That works really well, actually. Yo, Kenny. Oh. And we can, I guess, go just back into that one. Dun, dun. And then here we need to start building. Bum, 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 bum. Start building up towards the drop. Hey, we're getting a vibe now. Let's call this what, damn, what was the library called? Oh yeah, playbox. This is just intro bass for now. And this is intro drum break. That's kind of the only important things for now. I'll go and take a piss real quick, and I'll be back right after that. Let me grab some music for you, and then I'll be back in just a little bit. I'll give you guys this one. It's not in the right tempo, but it's not too far off, so it should be fine. I'll be back in just a little bit, and then we'll continue working on this. See you in like 1 minute. Okay, we're back. Okay, let's give ourselves a copy of this one. And I'm gonna go in here again. And I am going to click here. See if we get some more interesting thing. That could be intro. that's cool for an intro, maybe. Let's grab that. Let's grab a portal on it, maybe. Go with something interesting. Put that after the reverb. Actually, let's put it in front of the reverb. Kinda cool. This particular loop is just from a June Miller sample pack. It's like one of the most used drum and bass sample packs out there, probably. Most of my drum samples I make myself, which you could get on my Patreon. Come on, give us a really weird. That one's kind of cool. Irregular is also pretty cool, I believe. Has a weird texture to it. I also found this other Granular plugin, which I think I should tell you about. It's free. Where is it? Yeah, this one. It's called Emergence. It's free, and it's made by a guy called, well, I assume it's a guy, Daniel Gergely, and it's basically just a granular plugin, but it has 4 streams of grains. So right now we only have 1 grain, so if I turn Portal off, we can hear better what it's doing. You can see the grain moving around. Now if I increase the rate, and turn down the dry, so we can hear just the grains. could say it's 2 bars long. Let's just do 1 bar. So now we're getting all of these grains. And we can say, add another grain stream. We can change the position of that. And the rate. And the pitch. So we can say, for instance, 12. So now we're getting 2 streams of grains combined. And you can go up to 4, which is pretty nice. Doesn't work on your PC? Okay. I'm not sure why, but I tested earlier and it sounds pretty good actually. It's pretty good for like making atmospheres. So yeah, it's pretty nice. Not necessarily for this one, but... I just love granular stuff in general. Same for, what's the other one? Universal Audio, Silo. Same thing. That's another one that works really well on this sort of kind of stuff. Just immediately will change the whole thing around. Yeah, this one is really interesting. It's kind of like a regular granular effect, but the beautiful thing about this one is that it has this masking feature. So every time it hits one of those black dots, it will create a grain. But every time it will hit one of those white dots, it will basically skip creating a grain. So you get these gaps in when it creates a grain, and that creates these really beautiful, well, kind of irregular patterns. Which can be completely random as well. Like, if you unsync it, of course, it's just going to do some random stuff. It's going to be free running. But if you sync it to the BPM, it suddenly can create rhythmic things with the granular engine. Like, Right now it's still going to be slightly random because the buffer is set to a size like that. It's not set to a synced size. But if I do tempo 2 bars, now you can see the buffer is 2 bars long. It takes 2 bars for it to scroll through here. And if I now play, the rhythmic pattern is also going to be the same every time it loops. See, so... And we can then add more random stuff to it again as well. For instance, we can make it also go backwards every now and then, like half of the time. And we can say maybe... And these deviate things here, these are basically randomizers for this knob. So if I do this, it's going to give a random size to every grain. So now the pattern will start getting different again. But we can also use this speed, which is really awesome. So if I, for instance, set this to 0.25, then this playhead is now moving back in time with a quarter of the speed that the buffer is sort of like playing at. So you get really weird things where this thing is gonna sort of like move backwards in time. And it won't do something until it has recorded something in the buffer, but... Let's set it to maybe half. If we can. Can we type a value? We can. To half, and let's make the buffer 1 bar. See, so that's just going to create a pattern now. That's now the buffer is frozen. Now, the spatializer, yeah, that one is just gonna do sort of like what it does. Basically, it just changes stuff in the stereo width. So I don't really use the spatializer a lot because it does tend to add quite a bit of width. And a lot of times I find if the sample you throw in there is already, you know, stereo, then it might get a bit too much. But it can be cool. And it has all these different options of how it moves in the stereo width. See? So that's from left to right. And then I guess this is from top to bottom is going to be more up front and more in the background. So now it starts doing really weird. Very subtle, but... I find it gets a bit much, so I usually turn it off. The reverb is pretty cool, though. Because the reverb has quite a bit of modes, so we have all those modes, but it also has that same masking feature. So you can hear how certain parts are now dry and other parts get reverb on it, which is quite interesting. But I usually just mostly use it for this engine, although the reverb can be nice. If we yeah, definitely sub to the mailing list of Plugin Alliance. They got some good plugins in general, but I find the reverb can get pretty crazy pretty quick, so I really like how this thing just gives you all those weird... And if you want to get more random stuff, just do this. So just random rate on this, and you will see that this, every time it hits one of those black points, it starts to, it changes its speed of how fast it moves. So you just get randomizer generator, basically. You can just let it run, record a whole bunch of stuff. Some random time as well, a random size. And it will just keep generating stuff for you. I mean, who needs Paul Stretch? You can literally just do this with it as well, which is quite interesting. Whoo! Last one. Yeah, you can make some really cool stuff with it. Like, you can literally just freeze this as well. So just say 0. It's going to stay on the same position. And then just set the buffer to be 2 bars, which is exactly the length of these. And then it's gonna basically just do something. We just find a position we like. Say right there. Yeah, exactly. Record this. How it sounds with drums. It might not be in time because of the way of how this plugin works. Like, it has to record the incoming audio into a buffer for it to play it back correctly. So you might, like if you sync it to a buffer, so for instance 2, then you might want to bring this back 2 bars. so that you give it time for the buffer to record and then it comes in. But or you just resample it when you hear something cool, you know? But that could work, like if you do that. But let's see. See, it's not exactly in time. But that's because of how the whole thing works. See, it just switches at a different point between the chords, and that's just when this buffer gets to the end and gets back to the start. Because this playhead is the record playhead, basically. So every time that one loops, it starts the new sort of like loop of the buffer. So yeah, it's a bit hard to work with. That's the only thing. I feel like this is more like a tool for resampling and just chucking it on some stuff that you have to make them sound more interesting, and then just recording the hell out of a long session and just chopping out what sounds good. It's not as easy to just have in your project and have it running live, because it's gonna change a lot of times. Plus, every time when you set this to 0, the speed of this playhead, every time you re-trigger it, so if I play now, it's gonna move this playhead to the start of the buffer. See? It moved it all the way here, or the end of the buffer in this case, but that's the same as the start. So it's not gonna really work that well in this way, in a live situation. You wanna have this, so like maybe there. So you have to move it, and then put it into a position and put it at 0. But if I now press pause, and then press play, see, it moves it again to the start. So it's one of those plugins where I would literally just use it more to resample and just come up with interesting stuff. But it works really well, though, for that. Like, and since we're on talking about plugins, if you, not sure if you know this one, Bird's Rolling Sampler, another good one to check out. It's $19, I believe. But you just chuck that onto a track, and you just play, and it records audio into your computer's memory. And it has a buffer as well, so it just goes up until the end. So we can just have that do that, and we can just do this. And let's say you've recorded something you like. You can just select this and just drag it straight into your DAW. And then it makes an audio sample of it. So, really easy. And now you've got the audio of it. I put it in front of the reverb, so I actually was able to record it dry as well. So you can really easily just record stuff during your long sessions. You don't necessarily have to just record a track, and you don't have to have your DAW playing to record. You literally just chuck this onto your master track, for instance, in front of your mastering effects, and you just record whatever comes out of your DAW. And you can just, whenever you hear something, and you hear something cool, you just go, you just go into this one, like it's always going to be recording. So as soon as you hear something, you can just click on here to pause the recording. You can just say like, okay, I like that part. I think you can preview with Alt. So you can just find that section that sounded cool, select it, and there you go. And you've got your cool section. So it's a really nice one. That's like Edison, kind of. I'm not entirely sure how Edison does everything behind the hood, but this one is pretty cool because it also comes with a standalone application. So right now I opened the DAW version, but it also has a standalone application, which you can just open up And then you can just select your audio interface. If your audio interface has a loopback feature, you can just select that. And then everything runs through this sampler. So not just Ableton, but also my YouTube, for instance. So if I would, looking for a vocal sample and you're just going through YouTube, one of those, what was the channel? Periscope films, all those old movies and stuff like that. You just play stuff on YouTube, and when you hear a vocal sample, you just, go to your sampler, select it, drag it into your DAW. Done. Which is really nice. And especially in Ableton, because in Ableton recording audio, there's not necessarily an easy way to do it if you just want to mess with a plugin. Like, you always have to basically have your DAW running, so you need to set up a loop, then you need to set up a track, arm that track so it's able to record, and then just record that, but then it's always going to loop, and then it's sometimes annoying, because if you want to mess with, like, parameters on a track, you need to have that track armed as well, but if it's a MIDI track, then it's, because it's armed, it's also going to try and record the MIDI notes that you're feeding into it, which you might not want, so then you have to turn on this thing, which means that every time it loops, it's not going to replace the notes for the new ones, and if you don't feed new ones in, it removes the old notes. So it's annoying, right? So having that sampler is so much quicker and so much easier, because it's just going to sit there, and as long as you have it running, it's just recording into a buffer. And you can change it as well, so you can say, like, the buffer up to 120 milliseconds, or 120 seconds, which is like 2 minutes, so that's more than enough. You can even add the BPM to the file name, I guess. But yeah, that's pretty nice. So much quicker to just record stuff with that. I found that one like a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, damn, I need to use that more. That's gonna come in really really handy during sound design sessions. Damn it, I need to piss again. Not even 1 hour ago. I already had, well, whatever. I guess it's time to piss again. See you in a minute. That sucks, Danny. One moment, boys. I'm quickly eating something. But I would just give you one advice though. With Plugin Alliance, don't buy it when you've just missed a sale, because there's so many times that they will either have a sale or they will give you a discount coupon in your email or in like just by browsing the website itself, that it's worth it to just wait. I've literally never bought one of their plugins full price. I always just wait until they drop a discount for me, basically. So yeah, definitely wait for that. And as well, if there's like newer updates or like newer versions of a plugin, like I know with the unfiltered audio ones, when they did like, they released a new plugin, which was kind of like a multi-band version of one of their older plugins. And basically because of that, I got like a really cheap upgrade to that newer plugin, because I already owned the older one. And it's those kind of things, so you really just want to wait for that. By the way, okay, you'll just hear that piece of music one more time, part of it, because I quickly need to stuff my face, and then I'll be back. One moment. Okay. Face stuffed. Yeah, wait just a bit. Yeah, I would probably wait. But the other thing is with their stuff as well. I believe it was with Plugin Alliance. They once had this sale as well. I'm not sure if they always do this, but they had this sale where if you purchased more items, they would get cheaper. You would get a bigger discount. So one time I knew that they had like a bunch of plugins that I wanted to have. It was mostly all the unfiltered audio ones. And I was like, okay, so I waited for a sale, for a discount sale. And I think it was last year with Black Friday that I bought all of those. So I just waited until like one of those sales. And then they also had the same thing going on where if you bought more plugins, they would get cheaper, you would get more discount. So I basically had like these products that were already discounted, and then because I ordered like 4 or 5 at once, they got another discount, and I basically got them for really cheap compared to what the normal price is. So yeah, and every month you get vouchers as well that you can spend. It's like, yeah, they're pretty nice with that. There's like literally no reason to pay full price. And it makes sense, you know, as a company, it makes perfect sense to do it that way. Because I cannot imagine how many people get, you know, incentivized to buy a plugin because of those extra vouchers that they get and all of those things. And it's good, you know, they win because they get more sales, probably, and you win because you get plugins for much cheaper than that they would normally cost. Yeah, that deal is on right now until tomorrow with the multiple ones. Yeah, big chance that tomorrow a new one will start. Knowing Plugin Alliance. Because I think they have that one pretty much always. Yeah, that's always, exactly. Yeah. You know, most of the time, actually, I don't think I've ever seen the Plugin Alliance website without a sale. Can anybody confirm this? Have you ever seen the website without a sale going on? Like, literally, I think there's always something on sale. Because they're not like, they're not a company, right? Or, well, of course they are a company, but they're not a plugin company themselves, if you get what I mean. I don't think they make their own plugins. They literally just are a vendor or are a store, a platform where other developers sell their plugins. So there's always something on sale. You know, this week it might be all the unfiltered audio stuff, and next week it's whatever other company. So it's literally just waiting until the ones that you want are on sale. Yeah, lol. Yeah, they are a company, of course. That was a bit of a stupid one. We haven't made too much today. We did come up with some cool sounds, though. Yeah, this tool I would probably use a lot later. You know, when you have like a good amount of the stuff for your track done, or at least built. You just want to make them more interesting, just like Portal is. You know, is another one of those plugins. So let's see. Let's go back to without unfiltered audio. So we had that sound. Now I'm thinking actually. Could almost do the A sharp first and then F. Ah, that's better. Yeah. Okay, so Let's build towards here and see what we can come up with for today. Oh, wanted to remove that one. Let's make a bit more 808 style patch. Okay, let me I'm thinking what we can do with these sounds. Like that could be part of our intro. Let me record that one. Yeah, exactly. You can stack discount codes with Plugin Alliance. That's pretty nice of them. Like, they're not one of those companies where it's like, ah, this is already in discount, so you cannot put another discount on it. No, you can literally just stack them until you get, like... I even had, like, one time where I got a plugin for free because I was stacking so much discounts. And suddenly it was like, yo, you're getting it for free. I'm like, oh, nice. Kind of hearing that in there. So if I group this, unfreeze this, and grab this reverb, chuck that on here. I kind of want to have a different thing for that first one. I like this one. Let me just grab... I'm just going to grab these. And instead of doing this, I'm just going to do single note. Just bomb. Dun. Let me do that so you can actually see what I'm doing. See, that is going to work really well. The only downside is that there's a bit of the other samples in there that I can hear when this one comes in. A bit of the other samples, and because I pitch it around, it's actually changing that as well. You can hear the underlying chord as well in there. How do you scroll in that clip? What do you mean? Right here. There's multiple ways. I mean, you can hold Alt, and then you can click and drag here. Or you can, what was the other one? hold Control and Shift, and then you can click and drag in here. And if you then hold Alt as well, you get fine control. There's multiple ways of doing it. So, because I can hear that sample in there, I'm gonna try something real quick. Let me grab the rolling sampler. Let me just chuck that at the end of this track. So let me check real quick. It's in the second chord, so I'm gonna open up the contact here. And we have the second chord. This one. There we go. Now we got our sound that we need. Without anything else. Oh, my bad. So now we have that sound, and we can literally just say like, okay, so that should be playing, which pitch is it actually playing? Same one as that one. Yeah, good. So we have that sound separate now, so we can literally just use this wherever we want. I actually think this could be a really good lead sound as well. It has a bit of a... Damn, the tone of that is really similar to one of the tracks from the last Noisia album. Which track was it? Dun, dun. It's a very similar tone. This one? So I forgot which one it was, but there's one tune where it has a very one with halogenics. I don't think so, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It has a very similar. No, it's wait. Is it the intro track? No. Not sure which one it is. I think it's this one. There. You hear that? There. Has a very similar kind of... It's a bit more high frequency like in that Noisia tune, but has a similar kind of sound. Yeah, it's just a bit more high frequency, a bit brighter. Interesting. I knew it was in there. I mean, it's probably not the same sound, but it just sounds really similar. I heard it and I was like, huh, that's actually quite similar in terms of the sound of one of those tunes. They also bought Silo for $9. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they own Silo. I mean, there's a couple of Granular plugins that I would like to check out. Somebody named one earlier called Dust. Seems pretty interesting. There's also Fragments by Arturia. That one I would like to check out. So Arturia, if you're watching, hit me up. You know where to find me. That one seems really interesting as well. Fragments. It is that at the moment I just don't have any money to buy plugins. I want to save up some money for monitor speakers, but the bills ain't letting me. So my Black Friday has been not much new plugins this year. But that one sounds really similar or really interesting as well. And then there's of course the, what are they called? Ashlight, Straylight for Contact, which are pretty cool. Also Granular stuff. So many good Granular things, and I feel like Granular is one of those things that just, I don't know, it just sounds so good, you know? Like that Noisia outro track from the album, that's just so much, it's just pure Granular processing that you hear. Like all that glitchy, but well, not glitchy because it's not like really glitchy in a way with like traditional glitchy kind of sounds. It's more like it's textured, right? Like if you listen to that, it's really textured, right? And like what I feel like they've done there is literally just made something with a synth. Like they just made like a nice polyphonic pattern with a synth that has like a couple of different intervals that it plays around with some chords, but it doesn't play the chords fully. It just plays like the individual notes in like a little sequence. And then they probably just chucked like some kind of granular processing like Portal on it, and just went to town with that, and just recorded a bunch of it, and then just made a good tune out of that, because that's literally what it sounds like. Novum 2, not too familiar with that one, but that's basically what it sounds like. Like if we take let's do something real quick. Let's go into that playbox. I'm gonna take ourselves the chords on a new track. Let's just make these chords a little longer. So that they are the length of what we have here. And I'm going to open up, yeah, let's just do pigments because that folder is already open. And I'll just grab something from here. Sure. Let's chuck on an arpeggiator. I mean, we can use the built-in arpeggiator of pigments as well. Just turn that on. How do we? Wasn't there a way how we could? I only wanted to play. Wait, maybe if we do this. No, it is going to use that fourth note there. If we do this. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna use the Ableton ARP for now. Might just be a bit easier for what I wanted to do. I can edit the notes, of course, as well, but this should be easier. Retrigger. every... Okay, fuck it, we'll edit the notes. So let's say we have something like that. We can make it a bit slower maybe. So it's... like, if we now start adding Portal on that, and let's say we have another thing underneath it. So let's group it with something else. Grab another pigments. Just quickly add some bass notes underneath it. So that would be... Let's grab these notes here. Just chuck those in here. Let's go and open ourselves a bass patch. More plucky. I'll just quickly make one that's easier. Let's just do some sols. Let's bring it down. And let's make it a bit more like this. Let's say that underneath this. And you can literally just get more and more creative, right? You can just take one note of that and play that with one instrument and then another note played by a different instrument, but this will do for like just what I wanted to show. Like if you now take, for instance, Portal on top of that and you want to find a preset that does like some weird sort of like granular stuff, I find that Hourglass preset works pretty well. And you get like... So you get that kind of effect. That's very similar as to what they were doing, and then it's all a matter of like... messing with that, the speed of that granular stuff, so it's probably happening in here. And we've got the sync here, the speed here, the size. You get like really similar results. And depending on what you feed into it, you will get... I almost have a feeling that they use something very similar as that preset. Because it sounds just so similar. But like you get... because you're processing those couple of layers together. They get the same sort of like granular effect applied to them. And they kind of become one sound, if you get what I mean. And if you then, let's say, have like another background pad behind that, and you can make that pad come in over time, and then by automating that granular effect on everything, you get that really nice gelling effect, and it just gels it all together, which is super interesting. Does the mini meters affect a lot of CPU? No, not that much. It uses more GPU than CPU, actually. But it's not that heavy on my GPU either. So it's actually pretty decent at being low CPU. I mean, I could check real quick what it's using. Let me open this one up and play. So it's currently using 3% CPU and 1.9% GPU. And I think I have it set to limit of 30 FPS. That's just for a stream, because during the stream I felt like it was getting a little bit more laggy when I had it on 60. So 30 seemed to do it just fine. Let's see if I switch to 60. Yeah, both go up. CPU use actually goes up a lot. It goes up to 10% when I do this, when I switch it to 60. And GPU goes up to 15%. So definitely a lot more usage there. So that's why I had it at 30. And immediately it drops down to 3%. GPU is still at 8, but I feel like the GPU is also, it changes a little bit. It's not the same every time. Oh yeah, it's dropping down now to 3%. So yeah, like around 3% CPU and GPU use for both of them. For me. It's definitely nice to have. It's also easy to get too carried away and look at this all the time and just make sure that's always perfect. But it's what I especially like is the is this one, being able to see the waveform from the mids and the sides separately. That's definitely nice, because you can really easily see when you're playing, for instance, drums, like, okay, how much of those drums is in the sides. Especially if the drums are a little bit more open, you can see, like, sometimes you'll even be able to see, like, oh, there's no transients in the sides, but only in the mids, which is nice. But it's just generally nice to have. This one is also pretty helpful, just being able to click in the spectrum analyzer to see what the pitch is of whatever frequency you're looking at. So it's definitely helping. It saves a lot of clicks, basically, of opening up another thing on your master and just seeing it like that. Anyways, we were recording this sound, and then we got distracted big time. This one is up 2, so if I take this, we're just gonna use this sound here and put that 2 up. Don't have to have it synced. I might even be able to find the same section. Looks like that first section, but the top looks different, so I'm just gonna pick a section that sounds cool. Like that. But now that sound is a lot cleaner, so I can basically make a little extra bit here that is a lot cleaner than what we had before, because there's no underlying chord notes in it, so I can just have this one continue and just play the chord stuff, and this is literally just an extra note. And I might be like, this one is more low pass, which it is. So we could just add a filter to this track here. Just low pass it a bit to get that same kind of sound. And we got a pretty cool thing there. So and maybe have it here. Dun, dun. So that's gonna go down. I can even say use it here as well and put that on. Pick a different section maybe. And then kind of there we want to have it too. So we want to have maybe I mean, I know that that is already in this one as well, so might not do that, but actually, let's just do that. Let me consolidate this so I can cut off that start. Drop it there. Take you here. I guess I can consolidate that one as well. Okay. I like that. Now, where are the chords? I had the chords, right? Well, let's grab the chords again. Not sure where they went. And let's open up... Let's just add another track here. I'm gonna put that here. And we are going to make those a bit longer, 2 bars each. And then I'm mostly using these 5. I'm just doing this. And then doing that. And then these 2 need to be not sure if that's right, but these 2. Those 2. And that one as well. So these need to be like that. And that's basically the chord progression that this is doing. So now, if we put something on here, grab an sphere. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. So I want to see if we can add something to it. Let's do ratings. Also gonna go in here real quick because these velocities are at 100%. I'm just gonna bring them down a bit because some of the Omnisphere patches get really loud if they are at 100. Now I'm tempted to grab this and go to, yeah, Portal on that is really gonna mess with it in an interesting way. Some are also really weird. take and group these. Let's put a thermal on that. Now we're getting creative. Let's go. Let's just go to my favorites again. Too much. Like, just hearing how it interacts together with the distortion is really cool. See that bass running into it with the rest is what gives it a really cool sound. Yeah, Thermal is amazing. Thermal is another one of those plugins. Output makes really good plugins in general. Like, their stuff is really good. Thermal, both Thermal and Portal are like two of my favorite plugins to just put on sounds and just scroll through some presets until it does something cool, and then just be like, ah, that's nice. And then just go in there and just mess with it. But it's just one of those that just helps really to come up with something different. Like minimal audio rift is another good one as well. That one's kind of similar to Thermal in a way. But like how those two are interacting, it's pretty interesting. It's already clipping like crazy on this track, but I'm not really too concerned. It's pretty damn wide from the looks of it. But nothing that can be fixed. I really like how this thermal is interacting. It has a really nice crunch to it. I would literally use it like this, so probably drive all the way down, and then using the dry wet to kind of bring it in, so we could just start like that, and then bring this one in over time. Maybe even the reverb down. Could maybe even automate this one up a little to get more highs at the end. And if it it's too much, you can always bounce that to audio or do it parallel. That whole thing that I just did, do it in parallel with a dry version, and it would be so good. Fucking hell, I need to piss again. What is it? I need to piss every hour? It's that kind of night? It's 12:30 a.m. Okay. I'm not even gonna search for a piece of music. You're just gonna hear this. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'll just quickly run downstairs. Okay, I'm back. Friendly reminder to save. Good call. Let me do that. So even though we didn't make too much today yet, and the stream is not over yet, I'm still ready to go. We did make a really interesting, cool vibe, and that is really important because vibe is everything for like a track. At least for me, I can make bass as much as I want, but I usually just end up with basses that don't fit what I'm already working on, and a vibe gets everything started. So, yeah, that's always good. Now, let's see. Let's take this one, and I'm gonna do that what I just said. So I'm just gonna start with this down, and I am thinking real quick. Let's go into the thermal and see what it's doing, because I also hear a ton of reverb, which I think is coming from here. How do we go to there? Okay, like that. Let me turn that off. Where's all that other reverb coming from? Is that this? Oh wait, it's probably this thing that I'm hearing. Now it's doing what we need. Let's go and automate the dry wet here to go up to 50% during the first part, and then we're gonna bring that bass in, I guess halfway through. So we're gonna start without bass, so we're just gonna start like that. drums out for now. There's where the bass comes in, or at least this bass part, which is already distorting because we brought the mix of thermal up. So let's have that there. And then we can automate the drive during the second section to get more high end towards the end. I'll just do 50% for now. I can bring the level down a bit, and then we will get less distortion from that low end as well, so I need to play with that level. Definitely nicer with a level a bit down. Let's see, the end there. Because there we're changing chords, so that works. That works. What is that? Not that. Ten. And then we'll do something cool at the end here. Like all of this stuff that we resampled from that one playbox that's up here. Like, this is just one resample, right? I can copy this playbox, open it up again. There we go, that's our initial thing that we used to create this sample. I can go in here, and I can, what should we do? I mean, I copied it, so we can literally just mess with this as much as we want, and it's not gonna screw up what we already had, because I still have a copy of the original. But let's say I don't like this first one that much. Let's just do this. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. It's kind of cool. Let's change this one to, I don't know, maybe a voice. So we're just changing that first one now to see if we can get something slightly better for that first one. Let's try a synth maybe. Can go in here. These are really quiet, by the way, but I like that one. So if I do shift, click, drag, or shift, click, and then click here, now we have this one here. We have some similarity between the two now. So that might be pretty good. So we can freeze this one. There's no fillet in chat. Well, you don't know. You don't know. There are some. I've got some female viewers. Well, my YouTube dashboard says I do. But the statistics are pretty skewed. Yeah. But I feel like any audio channel is gonna have those statistics. The audio world still isn't really doing that good when it comes to diversity. At least not diversity in terms of gender. That gets pretty heavy with that distortion, so we could now just use one of those here maybe. See what happens. So we can kinda like that one. Yeah, I quite like that one actually. So now we also have this pad that we're not using. It's actually pretty nice, but it's running through all of this together with this one, so I'm gonna bring that pad out of the group maybe. A bit weird at the end there. It's a really nice pad actually. It just gets a bit, it has a lot of low frequencies, so we already have a bass layer as well, so we might just do this. leave that one aside for now. Let's see, we're gonna add some percussive stuff. Let's go drop those there. Dun, dun, dun. Wait, that one's confusing me. We have a new one. See, we have something to get us started with this. Some extra percussion, some head thing. Come on. I really don't fancy making something out of one-shot hits, to be honest, so... Doesn't have to be perfect, we just need something that we can... mess with. Not sure if this one is gonna work, but let's see. And we can just drag one in, see what it does to it. Okay, I like that one. That name that you see there is not the same as where it is from, so it doesn't matter at all. Let me just do that. Just so that we have a few here, so I can hear what we're doing. Let me just do this actually. Regular viewers know what I'm doing. For now. So that way we can easily make an intro kick out of it as well. We can automate this during the build if we want less of the transient. Transient is still quite a lot, so. Decent enough kick we can use. And then we can also start sort of like doing some gain staging, because the kick is basically hitting 0 now, but everything else sounds so much louder. Listen. This is not that bad, but all of those other things are just very loud. But we have a kick, so we can just chuck that at the top here and hook this one up as well. And that one, just call it kick. Then we can quickly check what we get if we do some sidechain. Group. Yeah, that'll work. What the hell did I do there? No clue. Obviously this thing is gonna change, but I'm still like building the intro up a little bit. And let's bring the level of this group down a bit. So I'm just gonna do some gain staging real quick. So if the kick hits 0, I want the kick to be at -10. This one is probably also going to be -10. That whole group is already -10, and then we have some heads here. So let's just do this. Do a little bit of housekeeping right now. Drums. Interesting stuff. Everything else. Go. Looks a little bit cleaner. Now it's gonna be quiet for you guys. So do Pro L. We can also see that. Let's just crank that up a little bit. It's already clipping a little bit out of this group, so just, not that it matters, but just to keep my levels a bit easier to control. You're still rocking Windows 7? Holy shit. Ancient, my boy. I'm, any reasons why? Because, like, I'm not using Windows 11 though. Windows 11 definitely changed a whole bunch of stuff, and my PC is still not allowed to install Windows 11. Like, I tried a couple of times already, but it just keeps saying that my system is not good enough, which it should be, but whatever. I'm fine with not having Windows 11, but like Windows 10 works fine for me. But I know like sometimes some people who use really old software need to have like Windows 7 still. Just want some hats. Let's grab some hats real quick. Or a high-pass break could also work. Go that route. Let's do fuck it. Fuck it. Okay, I have that one in Rex as well. That is even better. Which one is it? Number 8. Rex. And just slice that bad boy to MIDI. Then we can get rid of this track. Such a good break. It's a really old pack, but that break is so good. Like if you just tighten it up a lot, it gets super nice. Bit. There's also that one. It's also really good. Check real quick. I want to have a high pass break in the intro here, so like coming in. The sound of that one just sounds so much better. Let's start with that one. Slice to MIDI. Yeah, I'll check out Dust as well. Which company is that? Dust VST Soundmorph. Binaural granular synthesizer. I've seen that one before. Get 10% off. I've seen that one before. Come on, show us the plugin. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that one before. That one definitely looked interesting as well. If I remember, these are all sort of like slots for different samples or different sound sources, and then you can sort of like create granular stuff with it. Seems pretty cool though. Might check that one out. Novum I haven't heard of. It's by Traction. That looks pretty interesting as well. Actually. What is this thing? I like it when plugins have weird shit that makes me not really know exactly what is exactly happening under the hood, but just twist it until you hear something cool kind of deal. I like that. I like when plugins have weird shit like that. Just like with Portal and like a thermal where you just have those XY graphs, right, already set up. Like that's really handy because you just get like modulation things that you would otherwise never have thought of. And that is great to have in plugins. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing here. What it's supposed to be doing, but it looks cool. Might check this one out as well. It has a free trial, so I might just check that. I mean... Ah, yeah, okay, I need to put my information in. Okay. I'll do that later then. I was like, if I can just download it now, I'll just quickly download it and install it. But I'll check that out. I'll leave it open. Changes the sound a bit. Yeah, I would assume it's something like that. Where it's like, you move it through there and it's just morphing the sound or something. Which would be really cool. Like, if those, like all those different points are sort of like... What I would assume it's gonna do is it's going to morph the... I guess the middle position is just gonna be the default, I guess. And then everything you move away from that in either direction, it's probably going to change the values of the parameters slightly, which morphs your sound into something further and further away from what you had. That's what I would assume, just from looking at it. Which is a really cool sort of like concept. You can use your own sounds too. Yeah, that's great. That's nice. That's the same thing with that playbox library, which I haven't even explored yet. I haven't even thrown my own sounds in, but I know that you can do that as well. So let's just duplicate one. Say unfreeze. Let's open it up. It's nice and loud because the level is still up. So if I set just one of these, for instance, to user, all user, empty, I know. And then I go into here. There's the user. Drag and drop samples here. See if I have something. Let's go into my own samples. What do we got? Reverb tills. So if I just... Not sure how many it's going to pick, but these are all C, so let me just chuck all of these in here. Browser corrupted. Oh, that begins good. Might have to check that. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen, I think. I don't think we have loaded the samples. Probably something with the file permissions. It's probably not able to put them into the right location. Like it's probably looking for a location where it's temporarily putting those samples, and that folder is probably doesn't have the right permission. I'll have to check that. But I know you can do it with this one as well. You can just take samples, drop them in there, and it'll use your own samples, and you can just I think it saves it per patch as well. So, but yeah, I'll have to check that. Most likely file permission thing. Folder permission. It's probably the most likely one. But then you would be able to basically just randomize this, and it would, for instance, just place your own samples there. And then you would really quickly just have like a whole new kind of thing. One by one, maybe? No, probably not. It's probably just a file permission thing. See, same thing. Usually it's folder permissions that that have to be right, otherwise it cannot write to the location it's trying to write to. So I would have to look what that is. I had that issue with other plugins as well in the past. Then I need to figure out where it's sort of like temporarily moving it to, and then give that folder the access, and then it works. So, yeah, okay, whatever. Forget what I was trying to show. That's not gonna work today. I love that break. So we can just do this. Always smart if you have two filters, name one high pass and name one low pass so you can easily see what the automation is. I've had that so many times where I've been automating multiple filters on the track and then you are looking in the automation and you do this and it's like filter, frequency, filter, frequency, filter, frequency, filter, and you're like, which one is which? Just name them and then is the downward compression automated? What, this? No. But what it is basically, I made a preset. It's basically just a crunchy sounding gate preset. So on this sample, it's maybe not the best example, but if I put it on this group, you're really gonna hear what it does. I'm working on a new pack, by the way, for Patreon with the Rex for Ableton. I guess I'll chuck that one in there as well. If I take this and then we go, hear how much it's a lot of crunch because the timing is so quick. Can be quite nice. Would make a little bit more sense on a sound that is not as dynamic, where you can literally just set it to let's say you have a respace, right? That is just like not been filtered yet and everything like that, and you just want to really give it some crunch. You can set that threshold right at the position where it sort of like is in terms of the volume, so that every now and then it ducks below the threshold and then it comes back up again, and then every time it goes just below the threshold, it just starts cutting the sound completely, and you get this really crunchy sound. But when the sound is more dynamic, it doesn't really work that well. But if you just have a more sustained sound that is kind of like similar level throughout, then that is a really nice preset to use. But it can be nice on dynamic stuff too. See, that's what it is. And if it gets too crunchy, you can just bring the release up a little. You get less. You can kind of use it as a distortion almost. And you can do the same thing with the limiter as well. That's another good one. You can use the limiter, and you can set the look ahead to 1.5 milliseconds, turn auto off, and then bring the release all the way down. And then if you boost the gain into it, or bring the ceiling down, it starts to crunch as well. You can kind of use it as a distortion. See? So like, let's compare. This is, look at 1.5, look at 3. It's clean, or at least a lot cleaner. See how it just immediately gets that extra crunch? Or extra, yeah, I don't know what it does. It just adds more harmonics because it's short to look at. If you compare that to 3 or 6, it's so much cleaner. It's also a lot louder at 1.5. Like it... And it just actually sounds pretty pleasing in a lot of instances, so it's another good one to remember. Like, you can really add some nice grit to sounds, and the dynamic tube is another good one. Dynamic tube is also very similar, so you just take this, for instance, or one of these modes. Just boost it into here. And then you can use the bias as well to get really crunchy and just mix that in. Bunch of ways to get that same kind of effect, but they all sound slightly different. That one gets really compressed as well. It's just really good for bringing all those tills out. I guess the saturator would work as well in this case because it's running through with a bass sound through it. So if we do, yeah, it's also gonna crunch. As long as you have a bass sound running through distortion together with your mid-range stuff, you will get that same effect as well. So like it's that sub that is triggering the distortion and that distorts the rest. So would we be able to do it with the vinyl distortion? Let's see. Never used the vinyl distortion. I guess so. Woo! That one sounds pretty good, actually. Look at that. Look at that stereo view. What the heck? The flipping heck is happening here. It's really wide. Look at that. What the hell was happening to it? It is this. Because if I turn it off, it's gone. Ooh. This one is actually pretty cool. But this one, what the fuck does it do? If we turn it to mono. Huh. It's weird because the sound doesn't fully become mono. This one actually, I kind of like the sound of this one. It has a really interesting tone, this bottom one. But what it does to the stereo view is really weird. I really wonder what that sounds like in mono. Yeah. Just loose almost. It's almost as if it's not doing much on the... It's really affecting the sides a lot for some reason. Maybe because there's not much sub in the sides. And thus, it brings the sides up more audibly because on the mids it's having all that sub that it's reacting to. Look at how it looks as well. How it just goes only to the negative side for a section. It just says, yo, positive side, I'm out of here. I'm just... But it does add a really nice distortion to it. Like something like this, I would even just do in parallel. So just take this and just mix it in parallel so that you can really add it where you want it and not have to have it on at any time. I guess you could automate this one, which I think is the amount or whatever it's called. The bandwidth, no. What is that then? It's not the bandwidth. Oh, it's this one. Yeah. Pinch gain. So you could automate that all the way down, but I guess it doesn't affect it now. So that sounds pretty similar. Now you can just... Ooh, that's nice. I would probably put it before the reverb as well, which is not on this group, so forget that. But yeah, I like the sound of that one. Let's get rid of this one and just keep this one on this track, because I might just be able to use that and automate that up every now and then to get some extra distortion. Just want to have a slightly different one at the start there, because I don't like that loud hit. Is there a second hit there? I don't see it. Okay, but it sounds cool. Yeah, sure. That got messed up. That's fine. Oh, let's put that back. Let's make a bit of a hit that we can use at the start. I'll use the hybrid reverb. This is something that the Ableton reverbs are pretty good for, actually, because this hybrid reverb has the stereo control, so you can just we can just switch it completely to the convolution side. We can just choose maybe a hall or something. Um, I'm looking to make like a bit of an impact sound for the start, so let's put a filter on it as well. We could go in here, change this one. Yo, Collider. It doesn't have to be completely mono, but this way. Oh, and by the way, I should turn this that, so I should do that here as well, because otherwise our kick is gonna be different phase every time. We don't want that, obviously. What's up? Yeah, I'm doing fine. We're just doing some sound design today, and in the mix of it, we've made a little bit of a start to a tune, but we mostly did sound design. I've been playing around with playbox a lot today. I kind of want to do that again, so I'm just gonna take that last one that we had. Which one was it? Let's take that one. That's the one. I want to see if we can make so like a new layer that we can bring in every now and then. So what if we keep the same sounds, but we randomize the effects? God damn it! I moved. I moved the contact too far out of the way. There we go. Pretty big. So it's mostly coming from this grain thing right now. We turn everything else off so we can hear what is actually happening. It's mostly coming from this probably. Yeah. Yeah, this library has a good amount of control that you have over everything. That's the beautiful thing about this library. It gives you all the control that you need over all the different things. Plus, it gives you the ability to randomize everything, which is beautiful. If I click this thing right now, the entire patch changes. Everything in the patch changes. So it's like, in all of these individual sections, so the chord section here, everything has randomizers as well. So it's like, it's so good. We can randomize the presets. Here we can randomize the chords itself. We can randomize the samples. It's like, and everything can be locked, and it's so good. You just have all of that. And it's basically an instant creative block destroyer, in a way. So this is FFCC. Let's do another sample on top for this one. Let's do... Oh yeah, I need to unlock it. Then... F... C. A? Harmonic minor? Okay. Let's go into samples. There's one that I don't like in that first one now. And it's a little bit hard to hear because of something. But probably we can figure it out. It's probably this one. That clicky thing. It's probably coming from that one. It's coming from that. I would assume. So does the note from the MIDI clip change the pitch then? Yeah, these are basically these are this octave that you get. These red ones are the only notes that do something in this plugin, unless you go into, I think, preview mode or something where you can actually play. But these do something, and they correspond to these chords. So you basically just get 10 chords, and every note of the chord can have different samples that it plays. So see, so those are a different one, and then those are running through this effects chain where you have a granular engine. You can also do the arp or strum, which is kind of similar but in a different way, and it can be pretty cool. You get some. I'll do some more randomization in a bit, but I wanna quickly figure out if we can turn this one. Woo! There we go. That's what it needed. But I wish we had another copy of that one. I mean, we're not using this one yet. So if I do this and then do C, C, A, and then go into here, and then we quickly need to, so which one is it? Right? Yeah, that one. The last one with the 5 notes, so this one. Click. Yo. Why did you change? That was not supposed to happen. Q. Okay. Click, shift, then do that. Click, shift, that. Click, shift, that. Click, shift, that. Click, shift, that. So now we have exactly the same one here. And we can do... it's that one. And then we can change that one. So we can make it slightly different from this second one. I think I'm gonna change the note of that one. Maybe just make that one F. Let's see what we get then. No. That one needs to change. Kind of want to have a copy of that one as well. We can do that. A sharp, F, A sharp, C sharp, C. Okay, let's try. F, that, then we need to do the sample thing. So, which one was it again? Yeah. So that one, the second one, copy it to the first to last. Click, shift, click, click, shift, click, shift, click, click, shift, click, click, shift, click. There we go. And then I want that one. Let's see what we get. Get some pretty cool, actually. And the beautiful part is, as soon as I do that, we got something else with the same sound. Kind of interesting. now. And like, okay, let's say I'm just over this one. We can say voices random. And now we're already so far away from... And if I now do this, now it's completely different. But we're also in a different key. Let's lock that. But there's some pretty good presets here. Let's see. There's a lot of the instruments as well that you can actually just... There's some beautiful sounds in this library, and you can also make your own by just randomizing it, which is kind of neat. I still really like that one as well, so I want to see if I can... Because I think that one just would work really well at the start as well. For some reason it just sounds really cool. So I would probably sample this one as well. Yeah, the ones in that group I've added distortion to. So it's running through a distortion with a kind of like an 808 bass, and that makes it really crunchy. It's really nice. Okay, so now we have these separate as samples. Wait, should not... Let's undo this. Let's make sure I keep a copy of that track. It has the original patch on it where I made all the other ones from. So I don't want to remove it. Just want to get the audio. But not remove the track itself. I don't need the entire tail of it, because that is then done by this one, right? So I really only that first actual hit of it is what I really need of this one. That's fine, that it doesn't come back, but it's just for that first. And I'll probably do some reverb on it and some to kind of fill it up a bit, make it fit better. But like I could even make it a bit longer. Then maybe use an EQ to get a bit of that frequency out, because that one frequency that is in there from the lead as well is one of those. It's that one and that one. So if I just overdo dynamic, like obviously there's still a bit left, but it doesn't matter that much as long as those loud ones are a bit quieter. This one is also a little bit loud. That. And then maybe reverb this one a little bit, add some reverb to it. Good preset. Maybe even parallel, so I can control it separate from the other one, but I'm not sure if I want to even have it come back. Maybe just only for the first part. What does it sound like if it's low passed? Not that big of a difference. Why does kick sounds the same there? For some reason, I thought it was different. The other one is still there. Let's go. Let's see if one of those snare drums that I made is gonna work. Well, I guess I can just do that. Just drag that out. So we are in the key of A sharp minor, which means that maybe that one could work because it's F, which is the perfect fifth of A sharp minor. Quite low. Let's go higher. Also for now bring the this one back as well. Oh wait, this is a sure, let's just do that for now. Are you gonna drop this snare pack soon? Not yet. I have made about 100 and then I kinda stopped. I need to get back to it. I think we might want to go even higher. I mean, we could turn this one up. These snares are sounding pretty good though. Pretty decent. That one as well. Those two both work really well. Ooh. Also nice. I mean, these are close enough. I can just do one up. Although the tail of that one sounded better at one down. Such a shame that it doesn't lock that position every time you drop a new one in. It does that. Yeah, this pack is gonna be huge. I want to do about 300 something snares, and then I want at least 200 kick drums, then probably a whole bunch of loops for like hats and stuff like that, and basically just make it a whole drum pack. But then I'll drop like, I think I'm gonna do like a selection of the pack on Patreon of like, I don't know, maybe 50 to 100 for each of the categories, basically, with like, in my opinion, some of the best ones. And those will be on Patreon, and then the full pack will be, I guess, through Black Octopus Sound or something like that. Because it's gonna be quite a big pack. But there's currently on Patreon a video of me making the entire template that I use to build all these snares with. And I basically am now using that template every time to basically just make a whole bunch more. It's going to be cheaper than that pack, yeah. Ooh, that one is sick. How much time it takes? It depends on how much effort you put into it, honestly. I'm just gonna be very honest with that. The more time you put into it, the quicker you're done. You know, that's just how it is. The issue just is that it gets quite tiresome after, let's say, 2 weeks of non-stop working on snare drums. Because still, with a template, it's still gonna take like at least an hour or half an hour to really make a good one. And then, you know, you can use that one good one to quickly make a couple of variations on it. But then after you've made a couple, you kind of want to make a new good one, right? Because otherwise you're going to have a ton of really similar snares. So you want to get, as well, you want to make a new one. So it still takes time to make one good one. And then and then it takes a lot less time to make variations on that one. But then if you do that for 2 weeks, a couple of hours a day, you know, you're going to get tired of making snare drums. So it's really repetitive, yeah. You can make yourself it a lot easier with a good template, but then still it takes time. So making a ghost snare out of it is also pretty easy. You just do a little fade in. Bring the gain down a bit. And then we can also bring this one up a little, so we get less of the transient. We can zoom in a bit, so we get maybe... And then just make it shorter as well. Kind of got a ghost snare. You can get some pretty cool stuff. Maybe filter it a little so that's a little bit less highs. Oh yeah. That works. Maybe a tiny tiny envelope on it, just to give it a little bit more height at the start. That's a nice ghost snare as well. These two work pretty well in the with the sounds in the track. So why did I group that twice? That one. What? Millimeters has come in so handy. Yeah, I know. It's really good. Only annoying thing I find is when you wanna see specific frequency, you highlight spectrum, the settings tab thing pops up. I hope they fix it. What, this thing? Or do you mean that this pops up? I guess you mean this thing. Well, I mean, it kind of depends where you put this one, right? Like, if you wanna move it, you can literally use these arrows to move it to a different position. So I just have the LUFS meter and the stereo meter at the right side, so that when I have it like that, it doesn't really matter because this one is not behind that. So I can still click and just do everything in here. See, I can still do that. And it's only covering the LUFS meter, really, so... That's how I fixed that. I know what you mean, that it would pop it up over here. And then when you have this like that, then this thing, the text of that is behind your settings knob. I know what you mean. Like if I would put this one here. Yeah, like that. That's what you mean. Yeah, that's annoying. That's really annoying. I would do this. Do it like that. Yeah, it's really nice. I love millimeters. It's so good to have. Like, I'm not too necessarily... I don't really need a spectrogram, but I mean, it's fine. I have it on anyway, but... Most of what I really like is this view, where you can split it between mid and side. Instead of you could also do left and right, or just do none, and then have this one do left or mid. There's no stereo option for like doing one channel stereo, but that's how you just do that then. So then you're gonna get left and right, but there's not like a stereo view for one channel. But I like mid-side a lot, because that just immediately gives you the view of like what is in your mids and what is in your sides, which is nice. Yeah, it's like $10. It's 10 euros. I was like, dude, that's a steal. And the oscilloscope is nice to have as well. And then this spectrum is just super. That's just super handy. Without having to open up a spectrum analyzer on your master track. Just having this open is just so good. By the way, anybody watching, if you want to see what that is, just and get a link right away, type exclamation mark meters in the chat, MEETERS, and it will automatically give you a link to it. If the bot wants to respond. It should. There we go. I'm not affiliated to the developers or anything. I just really like it. I found it a couple of months ago, and ever since I've been using it, and everybody asks about it, so I set up a command for it. Because it was getting a bit annoying. Damn. Whew. Yeah, you're welcome, man. You're welcome. I'm gonna stop streaming as well, even though I didn't make too much today. I said I wanted to do sound design, which is what we did. I definitely know I'm gonna play a lot more with that playbox, and I'm gonna make myself some custom presets for it that I can use, because that's really gonna help a lot. Um, just have some custom made presets of stuff that I like and I would use, and that is gonna help me to kind of build from. Because it's a really good tool to generate stuff. So, anyways, thanks for being here. It's like 2:30 a.m. right now, so I'm gonna stop. Anyways, still was fun. So I'll see you guys again next week. 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time, like usual. I'll be in the Discord as well, so join the Discord. I see that the Streamlabs bot has just put the link in the chat, and if not, then you can find everything in the description as well. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you guys again soon. Peace.